Uh, Hold on one second. How's everyone doing? Scared for my puts. Bulls need to get it above the delta flip, but holding puts back above the 5650 test is risky. I'm doing great. I made a bunch of money on the overnight futures dump, which was fantastic. I do kind of wish it didn't find support, but I don't think the support's all that strong. At least not yet. 5,700 calls gonna be okay. Oh boy. That's that's the big question, right? We haven't filled the upside gap from close yet. So for day over day, yeah, upside gap closes 73.51. Not great. NQ retesting VWAP here. 19.9. We're trying to get support at 19.9. ES also retesting VWAP with support at 5,700. So I don't know. Let's say we'll close the gap and probably close the gap and then see what happens. 75 is a pretty important level for bulls. Why is my camera not fucking working? This is infuriating. Hold on. There we go. Okay, that's working. And then, is that good? Okay, cool. What was I saying? 70, 75. Yeah, 75 is pretty important support here. I don't know if there's any speeches coming out of the administration today, but this morning's data was not particularly great. We've got home sales in 7 minutes. Uh, I mean, it's going to add to the decline that we saw already yesterday, but or could add to the decline we already saw yesterday. This is existing home sales, so a little less important for mm, like home building and commodity and durables demand. A little more important for MBSs. I think there's some ECB speakers today. And we have a 4-week bill auction, which probably won't matter. And then we have a 10-year tips at 1 o'clock that is actually important. Looks like Trump's not. Yeah, Trump's not doing anything till 3:30. It says Trump participates in an education event. Is that him shutting down the Department of Education? I wouldn't really call that an education event. Apparently, the first round of talks with Russia didn't really yield anything. The German defense minister spoke out pretty openly about how that negotiation went down. Um, Apple streaming loses $1 billion a year. Streaming subscribers grew to 45 million. Inflation impact of Trump policies is small for Europe. I'm not worried about inflation. There was a jump in German PPI, which was interesting. Doesn't appear to be weakening the dollar much today, but yields are going down again. So looks like recessionary fears are building back up again a little. Trump's pretty reluctant to release the Epstein files because he's in them. Do people not realize he can't just close departments of government? It goes through Congress, hoarding power to the executive fascism, and yet he's still doing that. But yes, that is what fascism is. More dictatorial, but nothing to fear here. This is fine. Everybody with money was Epstein's best friend for 20 years. I don't know if that's a fair label to put there, but I'm sure not all of them were kitty diddlers. Some of them probably were. I wasn't his friend, for what you will. He was very well connected for a very long time, and he had a lot of money. If people knew what he was up to and still hung out with him, fuck him. I'm sure the majority of them did not. Everyone with money was his friend. He was a star fucker. He also contributed to everyone's, like, invested in everyone's businesses and contributed to their campaigns. I'm sure they all heard rumors. Probably. Almost have the upside gap closed. We'd have to pop just a little bit above the delta flip to close it. So far, a pretty strong push on ES. Just remember that this still isn't providing a ton of stability overall. You know, we're like here, there. So I mean, still looks like shit. I think that's the gap closed. Yes. Yep. I don't use cream in my, I just drink black coffee. Yeah, new homes is existing home sales is right now. Came in at 4.26 million, so above the consensus. Month over month, existing home sales went up to 4.2. CB leading index -3. So flat on the prior month. Not great. Negative economic outlook. But a little bit of a boost in home sales over the prior month. Still much lower than December. And very, very, very far from anything healthy. So, 426,000. It's slightly above the 1968 to 2025 average. But about half the home. So, well, that's not quite half. 70% of like the 20-year average. I haven't been here a while. Can you run down what I'm looking at on the screen, please? This is our options data platform that we built. This is SPX. You have the dealer delta and gamma flip points for intraday positioning. You have the monthly delta neutral right here at 5680. Down here you have the IV curve for 0DT options and the 0DT options volumes. And over here you have gamma exposure by strike for 0DT options. So existing home sales slipped 1.2% from 1 year ago. Median existing home sales price rose 3.8% from Feb 2024. The 20th consecutive month of year-over-year price increases. Inventory of unsold existing homes climbed 5.1% from the prior month to 1.24 million at the end of February, equivalent to the 3.5 month supply at the current monthly sales pace. Ooh. I just explained what you're looking at. Put some calls to the left also. Yeah, I mean, this chart right here and these are the same. It's called Gamma Strike. Did I not say what it was called? I'm hearing bearishness on home sales, and they blew the monthly forecast out of the water because the monthly forecast doesn't really matter much. I mean, it was an uptick of like home sales really just don't matter much right now, but it was it was an increase of like 20,000 homes month over month. But inventories are expanding and home prices will generally decline as the number of unsold homes increases. And the consistency of unsold homes increasing has been ticking up for several months now, which is not good, right? More supply, lower prices. So market dynamics are starting to shift in a meaningful, like year over, well, at least 6 month over 6 month window. How to interpret what the year over year decline in sales? I mean, higher rates. Mortgage rates are still very high. And that's, a lot of buyers got in when rates were lower and home sales were significantly higher back in 2021, 2022, even prior to 2021, right? All the way back to like 2016, the median pace of home sales was significantly higher month over month than it is now. But as less and less of the inventory moves, the market becomes more volatile and the spreads will widen. I think we fill that 5672 gap before a 5700 test. I'm not sure if we get a 5700 test. There's still bot calls to the upside here, which is mostly what we're running up on. There's some at 90, but then like 95, 5700 is still major resistance. So, and a lot of this positioning just carried over from yesterday. The problem with all of this is like on the longer time frames outside of the zero DTE, this move doesn't matter all that much. Like bulls have to be above 5700 in order to regain like any kind of stable support. Like delta neutral is important, but only until tomorrow morning. Well, actually close tonight. Personally, I'm ready for ZERP. That's not really something we're in a good position to do. Worse now. Double bottom on futures and reversing on what, like the 15 minute? That's I don't think that's a very important signal. We had a head and shoulders that broke down to the neckline, and this is like a bounce following that, but a lower high here is really bad. So if ES fails to breach the like 57, 74, 75 level, Um, it'll probably fail and lose the trend. We slipped the trend also, which is pretty important on that double bottom. Call side of my intraday strangle just got stopped. Set it tight up here and covered the strangles. So we can dump now. Nice. I've thought about some things. I had a pretty cool idea last night that we might be able to implement really easily for the live data. That'll offer maybe a little bit more granularity into positional flows or like move flows by strike. We'll see. Why are you sad, Nuke? What's up, Popcorn? Does Zerp seem like bad robot guy from Toy Story? Wait, who's the bad robot guy? Oh, Zurg? I don't know. Just gotta see what it is. Oh, it's pretty easy. I could talk to you about it later if you want. I don't think it'd be hard for us to do. I'm sorry. What did you say? Calm down. Calm down. We got a lot of moving pieces right now. So idea GS idiot mode. It's already in idiot mode. You're saying things that are exciting to me, and I have thoughts. Those sound more complicated than what I have planned. Notes and drawings and screenshots and sketches. I know you do. Me and Dork spent like 6 hours last night gooning over the roadmap for feature implementation. And I spent 2 months organizing that, so I want GS to be a single page with a green light when I should buy calls and a red light when I should buy puts. We could just make you an like you want to give us money for an RNG? And we could do that. How'd you go about selecting your strike for a mutual destruction of Cobra via butterflies yesterday? um, like the 75 close? Shit, I don't remember. I know it had like a thesis on why it should close at 75. And I was like, it's gonna close at 75, but I don't remember what it was. I made money on it. That was cool. Do you expect us to drift down and test 50? If we get rejected here, I mean, flattening out above dots and neutral is really not a great look. You just described your TQQQ line. Yeah, that thing's been choppy as shit lately. I have like TQQQ 60 calls and 70 calls that I bought when we bottomed, and they're up a little bit, but they're not up as much as I would have liked them to be. I really wish bulls had grown some balls and pushed the 4% to the upside that they needed to push instead of just eating all their losses like a bunch of cucks. But here we are. Gamma dip trending to spot. Gamma flip trending to spot. So possible in the money profit taking. Likely in the money profit taking. And at a pretty decent pace since we broke above DN. I mean, you can kind of see that, the erosion of Gex to the downside of spot also. Like this positioning has shrunk a bit. You said wants it a little bit lower. What? Than 75? Well, they did. But I also said we were going to close at 75. The did want it a little bit lower, but they didn't win. I literally said it was going to close at 75. I'm like, I'm going to sell 75 butterflies here. I know because OG Rules also sold them. And that was after I closed the 75 puts that I sold to Cobra on the drop. I also wanted it a little lower. That's why we closed over 75. Todd is working overtime right now. Mm-hmm. You know, Nuke, we've done all this work to make the best options data platform we can. And really all we needed to do was make a red and a green light on a web page and charge $10 a month for it. We would have been richer than the guy who made Fartcoin. I'm busy mocking up a Kubler-Ross grief cycle for myself. Are you going to try to check all the boxes as quickly as possible? I'm 3 days in, 3 stages done, 2 to go. It's not a sprint, Nuke. It says I just need emotional support now. We're all here for you. So you got past the anger. When's denial? That's the tough one. Don't kill your kidneys doing too many squats. I made bank buying 5670s and 5700C after we held support. Nice, dude. Make an add-on option for GS that costs $10 a month that shows a red light, green light. Use those funds to give Baby Will Nuke a salary so he doesn't need to find a new job. We can't make that. That's bad. Rhabdomyolysis is for real, man. Do we have red light, green light? It's just in dev. Don't tell anyone. Ooh. Hmm. really shorted the fuck out of the uptick in vol today. It's actually kind of interesting. Hmm. Jimmy's doing some weird liquidity shit. Look at Jimmy and Dev. Wait, what? Dude, did you build live GMA? You did? You crazy son of a bitch. That's gonna be bad for my mental health. No, I'm not gonna show you guys this. It's ugly, but someday. Hmm. Why is this so bullish? Oh, it's pumping. Pumping, pumping, pumping. Still bot calls to the upside till we test 5,700. And then they fall off pretty hard. But yeah, shitload of call buying. I'm a little bit coming in at 57.05, 15, and 20. Sold calls to the upside of that. They're still buying calls in the money, which is really weird. 56.90. 56, 85. Bot puts coming into the downside at 50. So maybe somebody trying to play a rejection here. Breaking GN early was a good sign for bulls. Yeah, we needed GN. Breaking back above 50 was a pretty good sign for the bulls right at the beginning of the day. But DN more so. Gains above DN have been a little bit slower though. They're probably going to slow down more as we get up here towards yesterday's highs. And this could still be like a continuation of rescuing in the money sold puts. Frankly Fresh, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Frankly a shout out for hooking you up. Life's fine. Thanks for asking, Bob. You? Rescuing in the money sold puts, as in, like, it could be a massive rejection once they do. I mean, watch for spikes in volatility. Especially, like, consistent climbs in volatility with not a lot of price movement to the downside. This can be indicative of closing of sold puts. I just found you watching Band of Brothers. Wait, I was watching Band of Brothers, or you were watching Band of Brothers? Was I in that? How's Tom Lee right? He's been saying buy the dip for like 3 months. He started saying that when we were still trading at like 5,900. Gert played Sad Italian Soldier from the Bronx, number 4. I don't think I've ever seen Band of Brothers. Maybe I have. I don't remember. I feel like if I have, it was a long time ago. This is not spiking. But there is resistance up here. There's a gap at 56.99 also. We're still below yesterday's high. Well, I feel like QQQ okay day. Only up 50 points. Which is the same 50 points you lost into close yesterday. It's an okay move in correlation, but like not a very good move in carry leverage. Forward yield on vol is still a little bit positive. Seeing the bear steepener kind of flatten. The 10 2-year yield is up though. So that's continuing to rise. That's getting kind of significant. 9.4. Peak was 12.79. That's not as bad as it was before, I guess. Ah. Yeah, remember this push up is still on bot calls, so it can erode quickly if there's profit taking. We haven't seen a significant amount of profit taking at any point yet, but some bot puts are starting to come in. 56.90, 56.85 here on the test, 57.05 and 57.15. Also out of the money bot puts at 56.50. Actually, those are a little bit larger, about net 600. Some sold puts at 60. Also sold calls at the 700, 85, 95, 80, and 70 strikes. And actually quite a bit of those. So also another factor. How does delta look here? Yeah, gamma's pretty thin to the downside. Like a loss of 56.90 would be pretty bad. 45. Oh, interesting. I thought we don't really see sold calls much. Yeah, we do. Every day. Most most options on the chain are usually sold. It's it's like long calls on long puts that you generally don't see a lot of. More so now because volatility is so high, but if gamma flip is rising, well, gamma and delta flip, but yes, yeah, the rise in both of those does indicate that there is profit taking going on below spot or positions closing. It could also be like increased concentration of positioning around spot as well. Is EV higher than market cap? Could that be a sign a stock is undervalued? I mean, it usually means that a company has like net debt. So like the cost to acquire the company, including its debt, is greater than the market's valuation of its equity. So, not necessarily. That comes about if there's like a lot of debt financed growth or acquisitions or high debt. It could be something to like search for, but you've got to go a little deeper than that. Could also be like a measure of the market's like risk perception as well. Sometimes it could mean that the company's overvalued, depending on that particular ratio. A lot of value investors use that as a sign that there's value, but I think a lot more research needs to be done. So like it's fine as like a filter, right? If you want to filter out stocks where, enterprise value is greater than market cap, sure. But most of those companies, if not all of them, are going to have significantly more risk attached to a long-term investment. Return on equity is really important when evaluating those. Like finding companies that have significantly positive return on equity over like a 3 or 5 year window. But those are going to be hard to find. Any thoughts on wheeling a JEPQ? I don't really like wheeling that much. It's fine. It's like an okay strategy, but unless you have a ton of capital, it's usually not very advantageous. Like the yields aren't generally equivalent to the risk, especially when market volatility is really high, like it is right now. Wheeling's significantly better when overall index vol is lower. And then really you're just selling puts for yields, which is Yeah, it's out. You can go check it out. There's a link down below. Thanks, Takis. Somebody sold 5700C or in the money. Yep. A lot of those are further dated though. Starting to get a bunch of puts coming in at 5705. Also some coming in at 5690. There's sold puts or sold calls at 5700 and 5695. And more sold calls at 5710. But the like 57, I think bulls are trying to push for like the 5710 to 30 range because price can move through there pretty quickly. Like there's buying at 5715, 5725 are both like net bought on calls. So they may be trying to pump this just a little bit higher. And then 30 and higher, we start to run into like much bigger sold call positioning. There's also sold calls in the money at 56, 80, 70, and 50. I'm 20 minutes behind in chat. Might want to add a yellow button. To what? Hmm. Starting to push above the 5705 puts, which is a little bit bullish. NQ's gained a little bit of ground on 20K. Uh, hmm. Can't tell if call buying is rapidly increasing. Yeah. Calls being sold at 10. Puts being sold at 20 a little bit. A little bit of resistance at 10, bigger resistance at 20. I'd say break at 20, 50. Still below yesterday's high, but vol shorting's intense. Far more aggressive than it was yesterday. Yesterday's low VX was 19,250. Okay, 1 second. Hmm. Yeah, the little bit of profit taking we saw didn't do too much. NQ testing 21. Yes, it's still a few bucks short of yesterday's high, which was 57.70.50. Yeah, I saw it. Thanks, Willie. Both. I saw both. A little bit of a failure, but still only significant if we lose 56.90. I will say the downside of 56.90 looks pretty nasty now. Hmm. G710 was yesterday still in the cash market as well. It was about where ES was topping it overnight, but before the nosedive. Yeah. There's a reason the 10-3 is diddling with inversion because Basant is juicing the short end still. Yep. I mean, IV to the downside is just slightly higher across the board, but there's a little bit of IV picking up at like 30, 35. You can just click on them. And they go away. I don't know. I don't really follow that many people on Twitter. And a lot of the ones I follow are like old when I used to go on there more often. I just ordered some eggs. Looked into having a private chef before. It's not worth it. Not for me. If I had like a lot of people living with me, then maybe. Nuke, I hate hard boiled eggs. Why would you do that to me? I need like a chef slash personal trainer. Like one to be like, you can't eat that, and if you want to eat, you better run for it, little piggy. You know? I can do both of those. Our relationship's too well established already, Nick. I'd be like, here, you don't need food. Have this 300 milligrams of caffeine. That's what I do every day anyway. Die twins. No, needs to lose 56.90. I mean, the drop off's really obvious. My problem is I don't get like any physical activity, but I still eat, like 3,000 calories a day. Like I do get physical activity. I just eat all 3,000 calories of that in one meal spread out over like 28 hours. So it needs to lose 86, 87. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. 90 falling out of the money might be sufficient here. There's a pretty sharp drop off from 90 to 85. So maybe like 89, but I wouldn't say 87. That's super interpretive, by the way. I already have a standing desk. How do you eat so much? I struggle to get to 2,000 before feeling gross. Because I'm 6'3". No, I eat like once every 28 hours. Sometimes twice. Brains use calories. That might be the only reason I don't weigh 500 pounds. That and my constant intake of stimulants. I'm 6'2". That explains the breakup. You already knew that, OG. I can get to 2,000 by lunch. Yeah. That sounds awful. I need 3 meals and a million snacks a day. Well, maybe, maybe. I don't know. It- Mine's about 1750 root. That was the last time I got it like checked out. I don't want to do that again. Getting immersed in water to figure out your body fat and metabolic rate isn't fun. You get all pruny. I've had the key to losing weight, babies. Once we had kids, I consistently got norovirus once a quarter. Yeah, that's a really strong cleanse. I do mostly eat pretty healthy. I don't even eat. I haven't had ice cream in like a year. I just get no exercise at all. I'm in front of my computer like 20 hours a day. If I exercised, I'd lose weight really fast. No, I didn't go to Salt and Straw. There was a line, and I've never been back. Just wait till people get tired of it. That was just during the pandemic. And I threw most of those out because they got old. I did use my rowing machine the other day, but less like a collegiate rowing experience and more like a slow drift down the Thames. I don't want to start too hard and tear something. I just don't want to go to the gym that I pay for. Which reminds me, I forgot to cancel, so now I've got to pay for another year of it. Awesome. Fuck. Do you consider yourself obese or just overweight? Hmm. I mean, scientifically, I'm pretty sure those are the same thing. My BMI is probably like 20, 22, 23, at least. Yeah, usually if I'm in really good shape and lean, I'm around like 225, 230. If I'm in good shape and like bulked up, I'm at like 255, 265. How dare you, Dave? What's that, a BMI over 60? What? Yukon Cornelius. When was the last time you were in good shape? Beginning of the pandemic? I was 6'5". One time when I got the NORAD, I dropped to 165. I looked amazing. I was 520 pounds. Holy shit. As hard as I've tried, I can't seem to get over like 273. Shockingly, it did nothing, Dave. Bull's still got a handle on this. We haven't lost 5690 where things break down. There's some big boys in the pickle jar. I've always wondered what goes from like just fat to like fat on television, you know? Like, what is it that they're eating that I can't match? They eat for 5 people? It's not eating, it's drinking massive amounts of sugar. Oh, maybe that's it. I don't eat like any sugar. Why are you trying to compete with actual fats on TV? I'm not. I just don't understand why I haven't gotten there. I don't even eat ice cream. Like I'm not kidding. I have ice cream like maybe once in like 3 months. I just didn't want to not have ice cream. That's why I bought the ice cream sandwiches because it was a pandemic, and if I wanted one to be in my refrigerator, not have to go to like 6 fucking grocery stores to find it. Too much oil? Mm. It's not that I wanted ice cream; it's that I didn't want others to have it. Yeah, Greek eats real food, not processed garbage. I eat a little bit of processed garbage, but not very often. I don't eat fast food like at all. I hate soda. I don't like beer and I don't drink very much. I soak my triple baconators in olive oil because the Mediterranean diet is healthy. No, I just drink water, tea, and coffee. I'm eating vegan, 2,000 to 2,200 calories weekly. Saturday, I gorge pizza and ice cream, so just reverse the entire week's work. You steak? I do like steak. But I don't eat that often either. Maybe once a week, maybe every like other week. Yeah, I don't eat a ton of like red meat. I don't eat a ton of meat anymore. I used to eat more, weirdly. No, are you a steak? Oh yeah. In South Carolina, Pop is also referred to as uncle. Ha! Nice. Is Micron a big deal? Yeah. I don't think like tuna is considered red meat. It's not good to eat too much tuna though because of bioaccumulation of heavy metals. Does soda make people feel rich? I thought it was just super addictive. You've never heard about that with tuna? Really? It depends on the type of tuna, but yeah, yeah. Like albacore, the smaller tunas, like canned tuna, you could have like 1 to 2 times a week. But I think like ahi or big eye or bluefin, you should only eat like once every few weeks, like every 3 weeks or something like that. Maybe you just forgot because of the mercury poisoning. Salmon's nasty though. Like unless it's wild caught, and good luck finding that legitimately. I mean, technically, ahi refers to like yellowfin and big eye. Man, you're bumming me out. I was gonna go to one of those cheap all-you-can-eat sushi places for my 30th tomorrow. It's just you can eat it. It's fine to eat it. It's just you wanna space it out and not eat too much of it. Is this a Head and Shoulders? Yeah. It turns the stomach gay. No, it doesn't. Nice. I just eat whatever Petco has in the exotic section. They all taste the same anyway. uh, Bruh, just in my taxes, having a mortgage is fucking awesome. No, it's not. Prove it makes your stomach straight. I went from almost no refund to a fucking huge refund by itemizing that crushing debt. Good job letting the government hold your money for a year and make 5% interest on it. This is where you're fucking up, dork. I owe Uncle Sam so much money. Oops. It's okay, so does the president. So 2 grand is 2 grand. You still lost more in mortgage interest than you got back in taxes. Just let him enjoy his $2,000 refund. I should try withholding this year so the government gets nothing. If IRS doesn't exist this time next year, I don't want them to owe me money. It's valid. I thought he said it was a huge refund. Then he said it's only $2,000. You're fucking cold as ice, Atomic. You timed Atomic out. He's gonna get you back for that. We're just under 5 years from our tenants paying off our first house. Can't wait for the mortgage to be gone. Nice. He does it because I consistently ask him for stuff while he's busy having a kid vomit on his face. It seems to be what parenthood's all about. Why are you paying points? Atomic probably makes that much selling his penny covered calls every week. They're more than a penny. His Fubo CCs are no joke in regards to income. Yeah, they're not bad. Where do you have a financial troglodyte coding all of Gamma Strike? Because he just needs to do math. Do you want to code all of Gamma Strike, Popcorn? Why do you eat your own boogers? Same reason. Well, the only way to get his mug is to buy it from him. The worst part is like if anybody ever actually bought Dork's mug, he'd do something just terribly boring with the money. Like put it into like 10-year treasuries. Put it all into my mortgage. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. It's even worse than I thought. It's way worse than I thought. Why would you ever pay off debt? Gross. Debt's for accumulating and then eliminating. Dork, gimme. How's your Python proficiency, Popcorn? Holy shit. Debt is for others to pay off. You're supposed to democratize your debt. You let the people pay it. You file bankruptcy and let the people deal with it. Have I taught you nothing, dork? I put all the money from selling my 1 penny cover calls into my mortgage after I buy a quesadilla. Dorcas financial advisor. Uh, we're about to witness the biggest market crash in history. God protects and forewarns his people. God bless. Thanks, Christ. Is the upside getting sold or loaded up? It's a bit mixed. I'm going to be honest, nothing fun is happening here. Are we waiting for something? U.S. poised to extend the Chevron Venezuela oil deadline past April 3rd. It was the 4-week. We announced 76 billion in 3-month bills, 68 billion in 6, 69 in 2-year notes, 70 billion in 5-year notes, 44 billion in 7-year notes. Turkey raises their overnight lending rate to 46% at the interim meeting. Ooh, shit. Are you a banana slug in a person suit? How did you know? Sick for the first time in like 2 years. Can't trade. Market continue up or fail. Might just chop here for a while. I don't know. We're under 5,700, which isn't great for charm. It's a little bit better than being under 5,650, but not much of a difference. If this drags on long enough, I think it'll fail. I don't really see anybody doing anything drastic around spot. It's kind of starting to distribute out a little bit, so it might drop. Levitt was talking and didn't crash us. Looks like she's done. Shouldn't say anything about anything important. It's more sad or funny that the deduction for my mortgage put my income squarely back into poor as fuck. This is accurate. Does filing jointly save you money? Not if you're not married. It'll just be the same, I think. Laws of the land. It's too bad Cobra's a douche canoe. Otherwise, I'd ask him. I just don't think he's here right now. You actually save more single with one person taking head of households. Yeah. Popcorn lead programmer extraordinaire. Wait, you didn't tell me about your Python. I've got to make sure that if you buy Dork's mug and oust him out of his equity, that you're going to be able to pick up where the code base left off. Which means you're going to have to do a technical interview. My life would get so much fucking easier. Yeah, but the trajectory of your potential would decline. Do you think Trump will cut out income tax? Probably not for you. You forget that Trump will also be spearheading operations, not just coding. So instead of being excited about our goon session last night, now you want to quit? I see how it is. You're just like, this is too much shit. I'm leaving. Gork, look, it's testing the level that you warned about. I know. It's really exciting. The boat puts like half an hour ago. So we did, yeah. There's not a lot of range from losing it to testing the Delta flip, which is $6 lower. But you know, it's about $8 lower, I guess. I was like, fuck yeah, time to be a billionaire. Fuck, I'm gonna have to actually do stuff. God damn it. No one said it was gonna be easy. Don't quit now, Dork. Nuke is about to ramp up projection. He's not at that stage yet. Alright? We have to be respectful of Nuke while he is currently going through overwhelmed helplessness, hostility, and flight. This is the stage at which we need to emotionally support him. Oh shit. Dork. I've got bad news, buddy. Popcorn Trader just sent me this. Fuck. You can't announce layoffs at GS here. Yeah, I can. Popcorn's a 10x engineer, isn't he? Probably. But who did he pay to code that? Hire that guy? I always emotionally support Nuke. Wait, was I not supposed to be? No. How would you guys feel, like, since you guys are the customer base, how would you guys feel about being able to annotate charts with dick-shaped objects? We spent about 30 minutes discussing this last night, and we really didn't land on a conclusion. Really, really good. Needed. Huge feature. Sounds like the dream. Shut up and take my money again. Okay. No thank you. Huh. You seem to be the minority. Look, if you want, I can even create a loop that prints peener a lot. Listen, I've seen enough. You clearly passed the technical requirements. Look, I think we want this app to be completely unusable to normies. Yeah, yeah, I see that. I'm Picasso and my chart is my canvas. Jeffers needs to know bips or afloat. They're not afloat. This is a deal strictly between Popcorn and Doric. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've been seeing that everywhere, Potato Time. Everyone's suppliers are just ramping up prices. Let me know if you need to submit something on reinforcement learning as well. It's not as impressive as my most recent submission. And it's not bad. I missed my put exit because of a work call. It was literally just at the Delta flip. Are you still up on your put or no? This is not an early April Fool's joke. Trade made a video entitled How I Lost $2 million and Why I Left YouTube. The answer is meth and shame. How did he make $2 million from idiots? Did you ever see him or like Matt Core's stream like back in the AMC like back in the early AMC GMA days? It was just like strings of $1,000 donations. Like, tell me more about what a call contract is. And then they would explain it incorrectly. More donations. With the occasional like screaming into the mic and like wild-eyed looks into the camera. That's not true at all, Brett. He went full right-wing commentator. Nice. So did what was her name? Um fuck, I can't remember. I forgot. Shut up. Consider your money taken, Brett. Does that mean Colonel's now the head of our cybersecurity? Wait, I thought he already was. Oh boy. Hey, Doric. Reinforced penis. Call me Jensen. We're gonna have to onboard popcorn. Lana trades? I don't know who that is. Terrible. That's the one. That was yeah, it was that one. It's really going to diminish the value of your mug. Sell it before it goes lower. 2K. My checkbook is out. I wonder if we reject off of 5,700. I feel like that would be not good. Although, that was a decent bounce off the Delta flip. Maybe go a little higher. I don't know if like cores or trade trades ever made predictions, right? Like their whole thing was like stocks only go up. I'm gonna keep buying. They would never openly do analysis and risk being incorrect. Gork, even though I can technically do some Python, when I opened VS Code, I shot myself and started weeping uncontrollably. No, that's how all developers start their day, isn't it? Cores tries to do analysis now. It's really cringe. Ugh. Oh, that's gonna bleed off the rest of his following. Yeah, Trey was always really honest about being a complete moron. I switched to PyCharm, and my uncontrollable grief now only lasts for 3 hours each day. I have no idea. Probably not. I mean, they're all just whatever. That's the state of things nowadays, I guess. My Python trading algo nailed the bounce on VWAP Delta Flip. Too bad it's a paper account. Couldn't have done it without you. Nice. I can code for you, but no one will ever be able to understand or tweak it, or everyone dies and no documentation. That's a lot of conditions. Dork, when machine code. Why does it feel like the market's waiting for something? It's like slow burn profit taking and out of the money call selling. Could be waiting for news. I don't think there's anything coming up. We have the auction at 1 o'clock. Although I'm not really sure the market wants to know the bond market's perception of 10-year inflation, but maybe they do. Last night you told me I'm not allowed to rewrite our shit in another language for at least another year or two. Yeah, because we can't take another 2 years to rewrite your shit in a new language. Do you actually need code that runs? Doesn't seem to be a requirement right now. If not, I'm your man. Oh, come on. It'll only take me a decade or so. I'm sorry, Dork. Your role in the company is more expansive than just twiddling your dick over our back end. Shots fucking fired. Jesus, man. Oh, this is fun. You're a good boss. I know. I'm gonna do Rust with assembly libraries. We just need custom ASICs, Dork. I wonder if we could get TSMC to make them. Hmm. No, not Fortran. Cheaper to use FPGAs. Yeah. No one needs to know how to code. Agentic AI solves this. No, it doesn't. But my dad coded in Fortran, and we all know about my daddy issues. We do. We do. You've made them no secret. We're doing good. Thanks for asking, Andre. Name one agentic AI that doesn't code better than Squamsk. Wait, do we know anything about Squamsk's ability to code? It's the same question, Doric. Squamps has cracked the sashimi code, and Pepe Sylvia. Oh boy. The all hands meeting this week's gonna be fun, isn't it? Maybe I will just recuse myself. What are we changing the roundtables to? Nothing yet. Yeah, there's a roundtable tonight. We are nearing the end of them, but they're not over yet. Because we're gonna be pushing out like tutorial videos, short and medium form ones, and then we're gonna be moving over to like a podcast format for like the Gamma Strike stuff that comes out every week. Thanks, Lizard King. You got it, man. Thanks for letting me play the Dillionaire song yesterday. Will you teach us how to use GS? I've literally been doing that for like 11 consecutive weeks. Have you looked? There's a playlist here on the YouTube of all the Gamma Strike roundtables that goes over like all the features, how to use the features, our plans for the future. God damn it, channel name. You know, I'd hope you know what a fucking call option is by now. Okay, everybody stop sending me your secret penis codes in Python. CMail. Probably both, Grackle. Jesus, everybody wants my job. Now I don't want to quit. I just had to motivate you a little. Which is the best roundtable video? I don't know. They all cover different things. I think most of them are pretty good. There were a couple that had some like weird technical shit in the beginning of them, but I think there was one where we spent like an hour trying to get Fresh onto the Discord stage. That's probably the worst one. Pretty good at Legos. Yeah, it's not a big help right now, but possibly later. You can feel free to submit a resume. Well, we failed the retest at 5,700, so maybe we actually get a failure of the delta flip here. VIX is slowly creeping up, but very slowly. The one where he had to scream into the car microphone? No, 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 no. The one where like he couldn't speak on Discord. Real name on top of the resume or Discord handle? I mean, I don't give a shit. But if there were if there were any further steps taken, then your real name would be disclosed at some point. Why did I buy calls above DN and above 5,700? I don't know. Despite me being like, this is probably resistance. Maybe you just didn't believe me, which is fair. Not always right. Yeah. I tried to, but maybe we'll nuke wanted a resume, and I don't look good on paper. Fair. Friendly Gherk that DMs me periodically? No. You could send it to contact@gammastrike.com if you want. Or you can send it to my DMs, but that's probably a different Gherk. Like my actual DMs, not the friendly Gherk that's in your DMs now. No, Nuke's not quitting. Do you pay your GS employees? Sure, eventually. Dork, you have equity. Alright? So being a whiny bitch. Fuck no. Do you need me to Venmo you pork chop money? I thought you just got all kinds of money back from the treasury. I'll Venmo you a pork chop. I got you. Just make an investment in my art studio. It's tax deductible. Only if you're not going to pay those taxes in advance. What does a pork chop cost? Like $10? I thought it'd be more than that. How much is a pork? It's like $20 or something, right? Less than a steak? OnlyFans is not an art studio. Listen, it's not for us to judge. Can I simply buy equity instead of opening VS Code? How about both? Hmm. I need Carl. What's our forward valuation? I want to sell popcorn 1% of the company. I'm going to use that to pay Nuke. Well, we're a software services company taking off. In the current market, that demands a 100x forward valuation. Duh. That was a weird wick. Yeah, I see it. News? Must be news. Apple shakes up AI executive ranks in a bid to turn around Siri. Removes Siri management from AI chief John Giandrea. Taps Vision Pro chief Mike Rockwell to run Siri Assistant. That was it. That was the only news that came out in the last 5 minutes that I see. DM me about it. Cool beans. I'll just buy a boat. All right. I don't think the Siri news is what caused that. I think that someone was rescuing 5700 with no care for slippage. Mm, you know what? Maybe. Yeah, it kind of seemed like a lot of the bot calls at 5700 and like 5705 closed out. There's still some at like 90 and 85, but fewer. Yeah, it's still getting pretty consistent profit taking on in the money shit. So just another upside rescue mission. I feel like that maybe should have been obvious with how intense the morning run was, but no one's getting margin called intraday. What time's the CJ tonight? The Roundtable? 9:30 Eastern. Yeah, maybe we'll do 9 o'clock Eastern. I don't want to be up super late again. Dork, you okay with 9 o'clock? I know that interferes with your dinner time. My girlfriend's gonna be pissed. All right, fine. We'll just do 9:30. They started at 9. Oh, okay. Never mind. So I was just trying to change it to the time it was already at. We only did one of them at 8 o'clock. And then we moved it because everybody on the West Coast was like just getting out of work. No, you fucked me over, and then now that it's almost time to unfuck me, everybody's like, nah, fuck dork. You say 9, but then you ramble a bit for like the first 10 minutes before the first person gets on stage. The roundtable really needs a ringleader, like a circus. It is a circus. Fail the Delta flip. Ooh. Hmm. Back to 60? That'd be neat. Hmm. No CME data for a while. That requires a serious amount of infrastructure and then also like legal work and compliance work that we're not ready to deal with. CME is a real bitch. France urges all of its citizens to leave Iran immediately. Does France have a lot of people hanging out in Iran regularly? You're looking at the wrong contract. You're probably looking at the CFDs on SPX, not SPX. CFDs on SPX have volume. The CBOE index does not. Han han han. I'm in Iran. I'm French. We. I wonder if we bounce off of delta neutral or fail. Fail delta neutral is bad. Hmm. It's not great for the Bulls now. Hmm. Some bot puts at 80. There's a little tiny, like, synthetic long at 75. And more soul calls, more bot puts. 55. Hmm. So if we see if we fail the test of the delta flip. 5685 35. It's a little bit of volatility shorting there. Hmm. It's difficult to not treat the flips as SR lines. Sometimes, yeah. France warning would be based on Western intel. Bearish? Possibly, yeah. Was Powell bullish? Not really. I mean, he tried to present a confident face for the data, but I think the overall decision and the dot plot kind of did most of his speaking for him, and none of that was particularly good. Also, he kept emphasizing like how unstable projections are going to be because of tariffs. Wind just knocked a tree down in my yard. It missed the house by less than a foot. Jesus. You okay? And tightness in the money markets, which I'm not sure what that means. I think that's why they stopped rolling off their balance sheet. Or while they slowed the pace of their balance sheet roll
Someone put
off.
their pickle in my jar is 5,600
Illiquidity in money
unreasonable
markets
EOD
is bad
price target
news.
given
That's how the
charm.
dollar breaks.
PM
It's
movement and opening
5,600
where we
when
did make me
reasonable end
think
of
it was
day.
possible,
Price
but
target
then
given charm. PM movement
5,700
and
in
opening where we
IDK what
did
to
made me
think in
think it
them
was
all three.
possible. But then 5,700, and I don't know. If we get back under 5,650 with like an hour or two to go, yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's unlikely, but it's still possible. I think the market maker's expected downside move was like 56.12 or something. And that range will probably be tighter given that the like AM expiry and the 0DT expiry for today are basically expiring at the same time. Where can I sell nearly extinct American chestnut wood? I don't know. Online? I'm going to side with the side saying tariffs and the madness around them was an attempt to get the Fed on board, as the rest have cut to under half of where AM is now. Um, Threatening tariffs and spiking inflation, especially like enacting tariffs and reducing growth and hike and pushing up unemployment. Yes, the threat of tariffs is inflationary, like broadly. And so I don't think there was any actual strategy in place. And if there was one, it was stupid because the Fed was already at an impasse where they couldn't legitimately cut rates any further because they'd already basically gone below neutral and were no longer in a restrictive space. And then threatening tariffs on top of that was only going to spike inflation in the short term and drive up like demand, right? And so yeah, I think if there was a strategy there, it was extraordinarily ill conceived. Which I would believe of the current administration. But that would be a really stupid way to do it. Because if inflation rises, the Fed's going to get pushed more towards a pause. And if inflation rises too much, they have to hike again. And not like a small hike. They wouldn't be able to just move up 25 BPS. If inflation started rocketing, they would have to go back to the prior high rate or higher. So like back to like 5.5 or 5.75. Because otherwise, if they didn't, they would risk the sticky components of inflation moving up meaningfully and then having to wait through another transitory period to get those more in line with their projections, which would be like 3 years, four maybe. He got away with it last time because he had ZERP and bad growth. So in his mind, why wouldn't it work again? It's not a. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Trump really listens to anybody on the economy. I feel like it's the thing he thinks he understands. Imagine thinking you understand Trump's mind. I don't need to. I can just make my analysis based off of his actions. It's far easier. Little tests of Delta. God, Dork, are you still there? Neutrals are so cool, man. Yes, you are. Don't lie to me. Are you there, Dork? It's me. Dork's gonna be so angry at me all day. Doge is reviewing every single one of our contracts. We have a 0.01 cent contract. With a university, we have to justify. Nice. Gee, I wonder why. I have no idea. I just want you back in a place where you remember why you were hyped up in the first place. It's when you do the coolest things. So someone's trying to stuff this below 5,700? No, bulls have just been taking profits and the money all day. I said that we got pushed up on bought calls. This is what happens when we get pushed up on bought calls and not sold puts. People take their money out, they get stopped out. There's a slow degradation in the supportive positioning over time, which eventually causes a failure, hence the distribution and the price action that you see. I don't want to look at UEC. Why am I doing nice things for you, Poopy? After your egregiously malinformed arguments that I had to listen to this morning. It looks like it's bouncing after missing earnings yet again and having no actual exposure to uranium. Did you just time Poopy out? Dork can be so mean sometimes. I don't know. Resistance to the upside at $6. Although I feel like not getting over 570 is already hampering further progress. Is short vol poor now? I mean, it's just like a $4 trillion drawdown. It's not a big deal. We've always got more money in the printer, right? Have you not been paying attention the last 5 months? I'm always paying attention. Malinformed as opposed to intentionally ignorant. But it's a mix of both. I mean, most of the time I'm arguing with Poopy, he already knows he's wrong, but he won't ever admit he's wrong. Which, in some ways, I respect. But it would be better if he had a more well thought out argument. Elon said he found multiple magic money printers. Yeah, we already knew about those. Kashkari told us about those in like 2019. There's so many hills to die on, Gherk. I will die on them all. I know. How dare you, Kiko? Yeah, but Elon just found out. Well, apparently so did a lot of other Americans that just don't read or know things. God, our educational system is so shitty. I don't get it. Don't read or know how to do other things good. Woo! I like this dump. 60s support? Maybe? Hmm. Left a little gap to the upside. I guess 67 could be supportive-ish. Seems like it should keep going down, though. Yeah, let's, like, grind down here to, like, 30 or 40. I like that. You guys all shorted 56.90, right? So you're all rich now? You're welcome. My job is done. Ugh. No, down 90% on calls. Why did you have calls? I just got out of a meeting. Went down. You've missed a bit of it. Give it a second, Core. It might end up being more. I want to fill the gap. Go away. You're gonna be spicy if we don't fill the gap here. I like that downside gamma. Hmm. VIX back over 20. $75 still supportive? No. Ooh, we didn't fill the gap. $5,900 end of day. It's all a giant bear trap. This entire 10% drop. Tips could be rough. Yeah, if 10-year inflation expectations rise, that's gonna scare things a bit. A little bit of fear. What's up, popcorn? Went up. Hmm. It's looking less and less like anytime soon. Popcorn's a job stealer, so you timed him out. Can you give us your actual expectations for SPX into OPEX and immediately after? I think if we lose 56.50 today, Charm's going to crush us. And then tomorrow, once the negative, like the weight of all that Charm falls off, we'll have to see how Bulls reposition. But I would expect that they'll try to push up off of the support they've built into the end of the month, because they've built quite a lot of support here. But they're taking massive losses. Volatility is probably going to remain high. I think eventually they'll get their bear rally, but it's not going to be back to all-time highs. And then we run right into the tariffs on April 2nd. thought the same thing in December. No, I didn't. We were below delta neutral in December. Wasn't this a bear rally? A very, very weak one, if it was one. There was no mean reversion. If this is the extent of our bear rally, that's really fucking bad. That's like way worse than I think things are. Junk bond leverage is up. Is that still possible? And how does something like that play out? They lever it up and try to pump equities? Is the low volume on GME meaningful? Not really. GME's really illiquid right now. But that isn't necessarily gonna translate into upside. At least not right away. I mean, over time though, there's covering. We're getting into like the ETF rebalancing period. Like the quarterly rebalancing. So I know XRT is still on reg show. Generally when they pull XRT off reg show, that causes a substantial spike in GME price action. It's usually really short lived though. Like back on they did it back on what was it? Like Feb 13. And then I went right back on Reg Show. What's an XRT? Haha turd. No, we filled the gap on the second bounce. But if we don't crawl back over like delta neutral here, it's still pretty shitty. I think continuation at this point is like losing 60, given the support we've gotten here. But I mean, getting rejected is not good. Maybe trade flat until tips. It's like what, 18 minutes out? Or maybe bulls will try to reverse this into tips, although uh, they may not be in a great position to do that. Nice triplet. Hmm. Any current thoughts on sound? It's heavily shorted. I don't know. A lot of vol selling. Maybe when IV starts to tick up towards earnings or something like that, it could run again. Like if I went long on it, I'd want theta. Copper looks like it's about to usher in a new price regime. Is my super cycle finally within sights? Getting there. But the Brazilian puts are hitting in popcorn's basement. I just want to thank you so much for your help the past few weeks. You're truly a selfless individual who really wants to help out the world. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. What's your preferred copper exposure? I don't have like a ton of copper exposure. Best exposure is stealing copper. Yeah, I pretty much just have HBM. I mean, I probably have some other exposure, but mostly just HBM. And I bought HBM like a long time ago. I was buying it at like $4.50 around there. I don't I don't know if I'd still go long HBM, but like it's like up 100% since it was like a pickles pick. I'm still in it. I still have a lot of it. But I don't know if I'd add more here. Yeah, I have Veil, but that's not really copper exposure. It's mostly iron and iron ore. I think they have like some nickel exposure, maybe like manganese, something whatever they get from like uh ore extraction for iron ore extraction. But I don't think they have like any copper exposure. How do you feel about platinum? Ew. You're bullish on all commodities. I bought Celsius like a couple weeks ago, and then I bought more Celsius. Yes, and I'm from the Midwester. Does that have to do with anything? It looks like it ran. It did. Yeah. It's probably gonna stall out here around 30 a little bit. What's your Celsius target? I don't know, I figure I'll hold it like 3 to 5 years. They're like a $22 cost basis, so I sold 35 calls on it this week for pretty good premium after the spike up, so I'm doing alright with it. And call selling on it's really nice. Pretty high IV. Decent liquidity. We're getting back into equity picks next week. Me excite. Mm, yeah, maybe. I almost did a couple this week, but the market never stabilized. I don't know, actually. I mean, in all honesty, like last Sunday, all I was gonna do was go long Netflix and short Tesla, which I guess would have worked out, but they were so risky. Would I wheel Celsius? No. I should probably be clear. I don't really think wheeling is like a very good strategy unless you have like a shitload of capital and nothing to do with it. I mean, I know that's contrary to it's contrary to the broader belief, but I don't think the market's in for like a good 10 years. And I would not want to be getting assigned on a fucking cash secured puts on, tech stocks that are trading at, double to triple what their multiples should be. I wouldn't mind wheeling at like a market bottom or like, well, not really wheeling, but like buying shit. Here's the problem with wheeling. Wheeling is it's a profitable bull market strategy when you're in a bull market. And the perfect wheel is something you never, ever, ever fucking end up owning. So really, when you say wheeling, you mean I want to sell CSPs and never get assigned? But the problem with doing that is if you sell them in ranges where assignment is highly unlikely, your drawdowns are going to exceed your profitability. And if you sell them in ranges where assignment is highly likely and your yields are better, you're very likely to just end up buying the underlying in size, which means that now your capital is tied up in some equity that you may or may not actually want to own. So there's a few conditions under which wheeling is fine, but you need to understand those conditions. Like it needs to be a stock that you want to own. It needs to be at a price where you want to own it. And then if you're buying, like it's kind of counterintuitive because if you're buying a stock that you want to own at a price you want to own it at, you expect the value of that stock to go up. But if you're selling covered calls against that, you're betting that the stock is flat or bearish. So you kind of get where I'm trying to make this easy to understand. There's an inelasticity specifically built into that position that's hard to overcome, and then you have to deal with the fact that drawdowns tend to be significantly worse than if you just sold spreads on something. Like 2016, 17 through like 2020, I wheeled Apple, right? But that just meant I just sold CSPs on Apple and it basically went straight up the whole fucking time. which was great. And Apple's still really good for that because it has steady, consistent trends. But um, one like in a situation like this where volatility is high and fear is up, like one piece of uncertain news, and you could end up assigned and down 10% on your position. Reeling is an abnegation of everything Gherkin has taught and created with Camistrag. It's the strat for when you can't trade well. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I think it's actually really hard to successfully wheel. Like in almost every scenario where I would consider wheeling, I would rather just sell calls and puts and just short strangle something. Or do like double diagonals, or yeah, something that has more beneficial outcomes than owning stocks. I'm hearing you say sound 10 syntholongs. That could be viable. Although we're in a if the market tanks, sound's gonna sell off super hard, right? That's the risk with all the small and mid caps right now. Is they're holding value because of their beta, but and they're not getting stomped as hard as the rest of the market. But I mean, they are still very very much a risky bet if things go south from here. Like Apple's probably not going to go to $40, but shit like GME or Sound or Beyond could lose 80-90% in the event of like a crash. We got 5 minutes till the auction. Maybe we get back to delta neutral. I don't I don't know what the bullish outcome is for the auction here. But maybe there is one. Trump's speaking like after market close, I think though. I think he's doing executive orders at 3:30. And then he's speaking at like some event at 4 o'clock. Governor Macklem, BSC's Governor Macklem, Canadian economy managed a soft landing. Unfortunately, we're not going to stay on the tarmac for long. Hmm. It's kind of a Fed bids 531.7 million for the 10-year tips. U.S. tariffs could put downward pressure on Canadian energy prices and reduce profitability of producers. Oh no, don't say that about my AQN. Shut up, bitch. I'm starting to think Trump isn't going back on tariffs soon. He can't. Threats meaningless if you don't follow through. And the returns on the being politically divisive and pushing our economic partners away are going to be far greater for him than the damage, like relative to the damage done. AQN's most of their production facilities are based in the U.S., but they are a Canadian company. No, we already went over that. I think there's were downside to Tesla. Yeah. But there is. What's up, Bob? What expiry are Todd's massive underwater puts for? A bunch of them expire tonight. Well, tomorrow. Settlement on they expire tonight, but settlement on them is market open tomorrow, and then a bunch of the weekly underwater puts expire tomorrow at the end of day. It's gonna be a big drop off in Delta on the monthly chain. So Todd's just gonna eat shit on them. It looks like it. Yeah. I mean, look at where put leverage is concentrated right now. The majority of put leverage is still like 4.1, 4.9% out of the money. So all of that is just underwater. That's a lot. Yeah, they're just gonna have to eat the losses at this point. I mean, they tried so hard all week. We're not in the same. Shit's not the same as it was, man. Being below DN on the monthly is actually bad. It's not good. Especially staying below DN on the monthly. Things repositioning to the downside. I mean, if you look at like Delta on SPX, this is a really good way of seeing exactly what's getting fucked. And we go like to the 3-1 expiry. Look at all that shit. All of that is like fucking sold puts. that just got burned from the high. All of this shit was sold out into the end of the quarter when we pushed for all-time high, like mid-Feb. So this is just, and spots, down here. So this is all just getting fucking blown up. I'm like, sure, maybe bulls try to come back a little bit after that into the end of the month, but the money's gone. And they'll roll what they can and reposition what they can, but I mean, yeah, it's not great. Like, so many of these are front loaded on tomorrow's expiry, and the roll offs are much smaller into the June contracts. Some of the stuff nearer spot has been rolled off to like April, May, June, but like this stuff, I mean, it's like rolled down by like half. It's not good. Also, don't forget that, remember those like big in the money synthetic longs at 5,000 and 4,000 down here? These lose a shitload of calls, like 193,000 calls on the in the money 5,000 call and 135,000 calls on the in the money 4,000 call. And those have been there in place since like 2023. How did the Bulls lose money? Blown up on short vol. Doesn't matter if you make 5% a day for a year and a half if you lose 400% in 2 days on the way down. Yeah, we should have the tips auction. Bid to cover 2.35, average yield 1935. So a little bit lower inflation expectations over the previous, which I think was 2.35. Awards 83.1%. 83.18% of the bids at high. Primary dealers only taking 9.4%. So not a lot of concern with covering any 10-year inflation expectations from primary dealers. Direct was 23, indirect 67%. Mm, not the worst tips action. Should be. Uh, could be a little bit bullish maybe. Is pump going anywhere? I don't know. Not unless it gets over delta neutral. There's a bear case for tips that like recession brings 10-year inflation expectations down. And given the pretty consistent drop in yields over the last couple of weeks, I think the bond market's still just thinking we're going to get a recession. Carry leverage still moving up today from this morning. 4.8 to about 5.7. So carry leverage is about where it closed yesterday right now. Dollar's lost some of its intraday gains. Bonds are flat, but the forward yield on vol's starting to pick back up again. It's slightly above 2% now. From like 0.7 earlier. Or last night. Yeah, but just got mobile makes it difficult to justify. That's fair. We're gonna be fixing up the mobile stuff soon. We're kind of fixing little things over time, but eventually mobile's gonna be a lot better. Just change the definition of recession again. Simple. Hmm. Support above 60, so more down is unlikely today. I mean, I think if any of this rejects, we still just go down again. I don't know if we'll break the 60 support. It's decent, but we could. I think upside from like 71 is, well, I guess it's 80. Was that 80? Upside from 80 is a little bit difficult. So it's going to be hard to get over the delta neutral. Like, this is all just kind of shitty
Costellosaurus
anyway.
put their pickle in my jar when recession. Are we in
Gamma
one?
picks up far faster to the
Put same like
downside.
recession. Have a lot of
When
paperwork to
recession?
do
Are we
because
in
someone
one?
did something they shouldn't
It's
do.
debatable.
Time to tell them
Depends
it's
what
their
rule
fault
you
for
want to
being
use. Put
stupid.
same like recession. Have a
QQ3.
lot of paperwork to do because someone did something they shouldn't do. Time to tell them. Oh. Time to tell them it's their fault for being stupid. I don't know. Bear market if we're in a recession. So, puts on calls are still both going to be good. It's not. You can't just bet all on one side and expect to win every day. You have to be flexible. Higher volatility markets have rapid drops and rapid bounces. Mobile's better on Chrome if you choose to view the desktop version and then zoom everything down to 50% in the Chrome settings. Oh, okay, thanks. That's good to know. Oh, I'm flexible? Alright. Yeah, the risk here for bulls is the lower we move, and especially if we lose 60 or 50, they get crushed by charm. So there's definitely incentive to defend at least the 60 level. I'm not sure if they could defend 50, but definitely incentive to defend 60. No, because there's always going to be someone new who's like, this is the bottom. Have you started picking up more longer term puts? No. If we get an actual mean reversion, I will, but none of this is that, so. Nice try, Seb. Have you started picking up more long term puts now? Clean up aisle 22. Ugh. So there's some sold puts at like 70. There's some bot puts at 65. There's bot calls at 75, but then bot puts at 80, 85. So we're a little crunched here. There's very little actual support to the downside, besides bulls defending the 60 level. So if 60 is lost, bearish. If 80 is gained, I guess not super bullish. If 5700 is crossed, then that might be a little more bullish. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure that fucking delta neutral is even all that important here. It's really just like we get over 5700 or we just chop here. This is really choppy. Guess a little more heavily weighted to the downside, but not much. It means 5704 and then cross back to DM. Oh, the drop back to DM and a cross at 5700. No. If we push up, there would be support at 90. Like if we push up to a 5700 test, there would be support at 90. It doesn't look like we're doing that right now. There's a few bot calls coming in at like 85, 90, but not very many of them. Volume's pretty low. NQ doesn't look great on the retest at VWAP. If that fails, lower low. Or most likely lower low. Hmm. Well, it looks like the pump into the auction's distributing out now. Ah. Well, I mean, we've consistently had the problem that all of our upside moves are driven by bot calls, which is not it's not a sustainable way to push price up and hold price up. It's just a way to drive price up quickly. Because the incentive on those is different than sold puts. You guys understand that, right? Like the importance of the difference there. What's a put, motherfucker? Uh, okay, so a sold put benefits from decay. A bought call benefits from so delta gamma, right? So when a bought call goes in the money or value on it increases, the desire is to take profits. When a sold put goes out of the money, it gets held, right? You hold it until it expires. So when you sell a large number of puts, those stay. They just sit there all fucking day and they don't move. And it shifts the market maker's hedge more bullishly to the upside. When you buy a bunch of calls, it drives price up really quickly. But that upward move in price then encourages people to take profit on those calls. And so these stay open, which means the effect of them continues into the end of the day. Continuous. And these get closed. Temporary. And this dynamic is why all of our pumps keep failing. I mean, it doesn't take like a lot of thought, right? I mean, if you'd bought a call this morning at open, you would have gotten stopped out by now, right? You would have taken profits already. That's true for everyone. Lol, no stops. God damn it. Okay, how many of you have 5,700 calls that you opened this morning still? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. 67 tens. You don't need to sell puts naked. Not that there isn't a huge advantage to that, but spreads exist for a reason. You missed an important distinction between sold puts and bought calls. Because puts cost same like shares, you son of a bitch. I did not miss that distinction. Several people brought it up. And you wonder why I'm mean. Can you give a brief overview of what you're looking for with mean reversion? A move back to a positive delta or gamma environment. So
Someone put their pickle in my
I want
jar
to
too.
test like gamma neutral or move above gamma neutral before I would consider longer dated puts. I want upside exhaustion. Like when you buy long dated puts, you better make sure that they're cheap as fuck relative to their potential. So you're talking like IV 90 significantly under historic vol. That's why I say like look at VIX 3 month, right? And then you really want VIX 3 month below the long run average, which is like 16, 17. What was this? Given that dynamic is the biggest probability of bulls getting fucked going into next week. Their sold puts get squeezed if they go in the money after taking profits on their calls. Seems if bulls survive today with charm, they can chop pump into end of quarter. That's possible. Yeah. I mean, we have to see how things reposition. A huge amount of delta is going to fall off of the chain tomorrow morning and tomorrow night. And so we're gonna need to see kind of where everything falls and where people reposition to, and that'll give us a better idea of what things are going to look like into end of quarter, like when all of that delta falls off. Where is that concentration of risk going to move? How far from spot is that a reasonable mean reversion range? I mean, at the start of this, the concentration of delta to the upside or leverage to the upside was like fucking 7 to 10% from spot. It's just completely unreasonable for us to like regain that overnight, right? Because unlike in August, which was a catalyst driven event, August of 2024, this is a broader event. This is a continuous increase in fear and a degradation of forward economic sentiment. And so, you know, when you have a catalyst that drives a big sell off or like a flash crash, the markets, everyone's going to just buy that dip. Everyone's excited. Like overall macro and economic conditions have not shifted in a way that is it is negative, right? And then yeah, I know testing 60. I already said that was going to happen. And so this is very very different. This is not the same. This is a continuous gradual sell off that had an extended period of profit taking and that in like the upper range of the index. This is more like a bear market, like a shift into a bear market. And unless something changes, tariffs are repealed, um, interest in foreign equities overholding U.S. equities shifts, um, we're not likely to see a change in the near future. I mean, all of these pumps, right? And tech has lagged everyone. That's what drove the market up in the first place. I don't think anyone's taking their financial advice from Reddit. I don't think you're giving it a lot of critical thought, personally. I think if you did, you might come to different conclusions, or you would see the validity in other conclusions. Not that you have to agree with them, doesn't make them invalid. I know you do, popcorn. France said get the fuck out of Iran. That happened like 2 hours ago. But the market's still digesting the news. I think bulls might just be fucked. You know? Like when we didn't get back to 57.50 at the beginning of the week. Can we break 50? Sure. They've been fucked all week. I know. But it just gets worse every day. Yeah, they had a shot. They definitely did, but fumbled. Not really, right? Because on the upside push, some of them are just going to take the loss. Like you would need like 100% agreement from all bulls that they could push it out into a range where they could diminish their losses. And some bulls would rather just close. And I mean that's what's happened, right? Like a lot of them were just like, yeah, fuck it. I'll eat this shit rather than worse shit further down. Also known as a risk on bull come fiesta. It's really interesting watching Gex change as we move hard. Mm. That gets more dynamic into the end of the day because gamma goes up. What the fuck are you talking about, Wolfie? Tomorrow's different. The charm from the AMX spree falls off. No, Dork, you don't understand. Things that look kind of the same as price action are the same as price action. History always repeats itself. I changed my mind. Put sideways on everything and tag JFresh. There's a gap at 59. No, I don't think GS is. No, it's in the right spot. I don't think defending 50 is the important thing here. It's getting it back above 60. It doesn't matter if they can defend 50 or not. If they fail to break back above 60, it's just going to fail again and from a lower price and a higher IV. It was nice seeing Jay Fresh in here for Jensen's Self-Suck Fest 2025. I miss him. He was in here for J-Pow saying nothing yesterday. Charm will ramp up as it just increases steadily as you get closer to the end of the day. See, now 60's resistance. Well, I guess like 62's resistance to the upside. Did we get some buying on that? No. Somebody bought more puts at 65. There's sold puts at 55 and 50. Some bought puts coming in at 45. I guess 45 is where the slide starts. So, yeah, I mean, from 45 down, IV ramps up really fast. Through this range, I mean, 50 is probably still going to be a little supportive. Like, we can drop 60 to 50. That's not too hard. We'll see. If they keep buying puts, then maybe we can lose 50 too. Someone's selling calls at 50, which is weird. I think those have been there all day, actually. Are you currently playing this price action? I have puts that I bought at like 57.05. Like half of the ones I bought initially. It just sounds like a synthetic position. Might have been a synth long. They probably closed it on the upside move today. Mhm. Left a gap to the downside at 60. But 60 should now be a little supportive. There's still an upside gap at, what is that, 73? So tiny reversal back over support. Or well, over resistance, I guess. Could climb back out to Dion, maybe. Mm. There are some bot puts at 65, and then bot puts at 75. Maybe that caps the upside here around like 72. I don't know. That's tough. Those are new. Bulls are selling some of the 60 put on the move up. Makes sense for them to pump in the overnight session before the AM expiry options settle. While there's no effect from charm, and try to hold price as high as they feasibly can into the end of the day today. But the majority of like put leverage is so far out of the money that it's kind of absurd to think that they could push it that far even overnight. Assume you got your O5 puts after it looked possible that we could break 20 and go to 50. No, I bought them when we got rejected hard as fuck off 57.10. And then I bought some more of them. We like retested as it started to distribute out. I think around like, what was it, like 57.02 or something. Yeah, fair value gaps. Downside gap is filled. Still have a gap up at 56.73. A little bit of a bearish consolidation here, though. It's kind of absurd to think they can hold 60. Yeah, time's not very favorable to them. But they could, I mean, they could try to pump before end of day, like before power hour would be probably their best bet, or even like 2:30. I mean, unlike supply and demand and fibs, I mean, supply demand has a place, but fibs don't. Gaps, which were not defined by the fucking inner circle bullshit, they've been around forever, just represent a market inefficiency. And in a market where participants are attempting to keep liquidity stable, an inefficiency is notable for a period of time at least. Which way would that move DN? Up. Probably. Unless we get above it. Oh, this is boring. It's not moving up quickly enough. We left another gap at 63 again. Broke out a little bit above the consolidation though. Just barely. NQ's struggling a little bit with regaining 19.9. It's running into some resistance a little early. I know every time you guys see a green candle, you think the price is going to moon, but I mean, this doesn't look. It's like not a very impressive bounce. Declining volume, bearish consolidation. It's just kind of shitty. gap at support. You're gonna do an affiliate program for GS eventually. It's not easy to do or set up, but probably at some point we will. I would walk away with a general assumption that we'll do everything in our power to never, ever, ever discount it in any way. Because it's already cheap as fuck. Definitely not Black Friday sales. Well, we don't tend to increase prices unless data costs or cloud costs increase substantially and eat into our already kind of slim margins. If you make something good, you should never have to discount it. No, we don't sell anyone's data. I can cover the cost in one trade. Yeah, seriously. Like, you can pay for an entire year with, like, a decent SPX option on the intraday. You'd have to do, like, paper trading competitions, which means you need to build a paper trading platform, which is not a thing we've done right now. GS rules. Thanks. Now, what was the big news of the day? Nothing. The French told their citizens to get out of Iran. That was about it. Otherwise, it's been pretty boring. Are we bullish? Not particularly. That is correct. It did fail the consolidation. It already is. It's been crushing all week, Cobra. It's kind of what it does. More? Nah. Do you have 5,600 pets? I keep an eye on VVix. It's baked into some things. Oh, look at that. VX is positive on the day. Well, let's go. Did the failure to crush forward demand? Hmm. Hmm, that's interesting. I do correlation analysis between VIX and VVIX. That's awesome, Maeve. I'm glad to hear that. Also, good job. Yep, you nailed it, Dork. This is how the market works. It is God tier TA. I'm gonna share it with everyone so they know. See? You just put sine waves over things. Boom, rich. Couldn't be easier. Wait, Doric, hold on. Is the ratio of these sine waves maybe something found in nature? Of course it is. The Fibonacci sine wave. Are you trying to summon regards, Kiki? No. It makes sense. She really likes uh astrology, and that's what Elliott waves and fibs are. And if you can figure out under what position, like what moon cycle you want your position to be born, whew, profits. They sound perfect for you, Kiko. I'll have you know that my put on spy is a Gemini rising. How does one make moon water? I don't want to know. GME's still looking juicy. It was a little shitty today, but not bad. Yeah, it's fine. Still looks like it's gonna get some like IJH covering. Foreign exchange arb's still positive. Liquidity's kind of funky still. Looked better at open, but what's it like day trading during a crash? Fucking stupid. Really fun, but super dumb. I feel like you're screaming into the void, man. It's just water you leave outside under a full moon. How does it keep the moon in it? I want to make a horoscope page that deals out solid financial advice for only cool people. Oh, you mean like the other 8,000 stock horoscopes that already exist? That's a thing. They've been doing it in newspapers since the 40s. Doesn't keep the moon in it? Dude, read a book. Mm. Oh, god damn it, Dork. I'm not posting that. What if they're shill horoscopes and you have to inverse them? Well, you'll have to figure that out on your own. Wish the market was cooler right now. Hmm. A little bit of a bull push here. If they don't get it over 60, though, it's going to be rough because they're selling the 60. But you can't comprehend my TA skills. I know. I couldn't even possibly, I wouldn't even want to possibly try. Your BTC roadmap looks both well risk managed and highly profitable. I don't know why people can't just use TA for risk management. Which guy put in flaps? Wolfie? I can't like follow the train of thought here. You guys remember numerology Mike? Whatever happened to him? Defeated by Elliot Wave Ed. I miss numerology Mike. We'd just be like watching Jimmy all day and he'd pop in and he'd be like 32, 64, 86. This is the number Kenny's afraid of. I know how import exports work. Did someone forget their medication today? He's prison Mike now. Are you trying to explain like the relationship between import exports and dollar value in the worst possible way ever? Wait, that's my job. Yes. Why? You think I don't know how that works? What's the rest? Do you know what happens when the dollar drops but inflation remains elevated? Weimar? There you go, Bob. We're a service-based economy. We don't need to create an incentive for export heavy manufacturers. We want services to be more expensive for foreign buyers. I'm in bidet tour. Do you still do 10% vape? No, it's like 1.5. It's been 1.5 for years. I don't know if I want to sponsor any bidets directly. I don't know what you're speaking to. Are you trying to say that Trump's trying to bring the dollar down? He's literally said that. That's not like you didn't figure something out. He's publicly and Bassan have both publicly said that repeatedly. One second. Yes, and he do what he says. Yeah, but it's still idiotic. It's fucking stupid. Because what he's actually gonna do is he's gonna push up the price the price of goods imported to the US, which is like everything we fucking buy, and simultaneously lower the value of the dollar, which is gonna cause a spiral, because then your dollar will be able to buy less goods because it's worth less, but they cost more. This isn't the 1950s anymore. We're not like, an industrial powerhouse exporting all over the world. Is not Dixie down not enough? No. So not a success at all. It's actually been an abject failure. It also has no net benefit. I just said we're a service-based economy. Services are what matter. We don't have any fucking industry. We don't make shit. Jesus Christ. What do you make? What do you do? What's your profession, Kiko? You're a nurse, right? You know that's a service, right? I wasn't talking about your wage. It's not going to go up because of Trump. It's a secret? Goddamn motherfucker. Mm. Your Etsy store is not going to benefit from a weaker dollar. Accounting is a service, Cobra. I'm a short duration, high risk derivatives trader on the side. Oh, fuck me. Polymer raw materials for textiles. Hi, me. I'm the problem. You're like 30% of the GDP. It's not enough, and it would take a decade to reshore manufacturing to the US, or longer, in any significant way. And what do we want? What are we aiming for here? To become a less, like, the goal in that line of reasoning is to become a less developed economy? What the fuck? So we're gonna go back? We're gonna go back to like fucking working in factories and shit instead of just at home in front of our computers? It's ridiculous. That's MAGA. That's because all the people that vote for that work at like 7-Eleven, and the factory job is a fucking upgrade. And they don't want to give their 7-Eleven job away to an immigrant. We fought, all of us. You're if you're like multi-generational American, your ancestors fought to overthrow the yoke of labor put upon us by the oligarchs in the fucking early 1900s, who were like, fuck you, we want to go back to chilling at home and picking up some fucking eggs from our chickens, which was a far more egalitarian society that the founding fathers envisioned. And we're closer to that now as a service-based economy than we are as a labor and manufacturing-based economy. This is just revisionist bullshit. Oh, you know what? Whatever. Have fun in your fucking factory stamping metal all day until you flatten your fucking hand and don't have any medical insurance. Alright, Japanese 7-Elevens admittedly are pretty dope, but American ones are not. See you in the potato fields. I'm getting sent to Argentina or El Salvador. It's inevitable. I've said too much shit publicly. It's fine. I'm resolved. As long as I have TV or something. At least I'll have cool people to hang out with. Maybe we could overthrow El Salvador and build the perfect country. Win bidet tutorial. You just spray the water on your asshole. It's really easy. Clean asshole. Maybe that's the problem. Too many people with dirty assholes are irritated about things. El Salvador has, 2% of their wealth held in BTC. Yes. It's also a dictatorship, basically. But they got their crime rate down. So, The only dictator I would ever accept is me. I would be gracious. Benevolent, if you will. You'd love a popcorn dictator. I met my town's poopy last night. Wild to see in person and to know it's not a bot. And watch them stumble over facts you got them to agree to in order to avoid coming to a rational conclusion. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is kind of fun. Thanks, Potato Tom. Me and you will start our own political party. We'll call it Pickles and Potatoes. I don't find it fun. I feel like we're all collectively chasing the carrot of Poopy admitting he's wrong. You don't need him to admit he's wrong. You just trap him in a web of his own fallacies and then walk away. It's super fun. What percentage of your knowledge would you say is covered under your reading recommendations? I don't know. 5. I'm just going to make up an arbitrary number. Some of it. Thanks, Wolfie. Poopy's admitted to being wrong at least once. He's admitted to being wrong several times. Just not to anybody but me. Poopy's not in his mid-20s. He's got like 7 children. That doesn't even add up. Maybe El Salvador needs its own canal, and you and your newfound friends can get it built and then name it the Gherkin Canal after their new leader. Hmm. So just get China to fund the building of an alternate Panama Canal, and then don't pay them back. I like where your head's at. The happiest people live in liberal democracies, socialist democracies, actually. A principal engineer is looking for jobs in our area. They have a staff SWE position for a quant shop. Comp is 400K to 1.2. I'm going to need to renegotiate with GS. You're not a staff quant. I told him neither of us do enough cocaine to take on that gig. It's like 20 hours a day. They don't have, I mean, fuck, apply for it if there's no experience requirement. But in New York City, it's usually like 5 to 10 years. Fuck that. Finance is gross. See, the job's actually 400K a year, and then the rest is bonuses that you'll only make if you work 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. Dude, Trump constantly talks about how great all these socialist countries are. It's fucking ridiculous. That's why he started a sovereign wealth fund. So we can be a socialist country too. God, you're so judgy. I had dinner with a woman with a master's in economics from Columbia the other day. Oh, a numbers philosophy degree. The conclusion, trickle down economics doesn't work. 100% certain of it. Yep, that's accurate. You know what else doesn't work? Keynesian economics. You need someone to build scalable and performant systems in Java. All right. I mean, you could just you could just do what you do now. Oh, okay. Thanks, man. I mean, I would have let you if I could watch. We're gonna need to scale up a lot to get your salary to that level. Is a Java gig worth 1.2 a year though? It's Java. Can you program in Java? Neither can anyone else. About as well as popcorn. That's a very low bar. Who's paying 1.2 million a year for Java coders? I'll learn that shit. Quad shops pay a shitload of money for engineers of any type, but usually really, really hard jobs to get. They tend to have arbitrary barriers to entry like nepotism and going to a top 10 college. And then, in addition to that, they usually require multiple years of experience in financial services or investment banking. I just have to show them my port. Hired on the spot. You've got me all gooned up for Charmageddon. Well, we're finally testing 50 here. But if you can sneak into a pod shop that's desperate, dude, take the paycheck. Just take the paycheck and do shitty work. You'll probably work from home. You guys been breeding a Charizard while I've been gone? It's been hatching all week. It's a very slow evolution. Things get pretty ugly under 5650. Dude, our manufacturing is like 10% of our GDP. China's is like 70%. Like almost every other major economy has more of a percentage of their GDP from manufacturing. Germany, Japan, China, India. What kinfolk? I'm not Persian. Also, if I were Persian and living in the US, I would definitely want Trump to blow up the Persians living in Iran. If you don't know about that. It's because most of the Persians that live in the United States fled after the Ayatollah took over. Do you guys not have history books? Like, what the fuck? The CIA made him king. Yeah, Iranians are not very happy with their government in general. I've read Where's Waldo 1,000 times, and it never mentioned any of that. Pickle jar probably can't write in cursive either. No, I think the average age of the pickle jar is old enough that most people can. You're a history teacher, chief economist, and state connoisseur. God damn it. I can't. Really? As long as we don't use specific letters and sloppily. Okay, yeah, but like no one uses it. I'm not expecting perfection in the penmanship. I'm surprised my viewers just don't know history. It's a big problem. JFresh has declared the death of Shortfall in the Discord. Oh my god, we're going to 6,200 next week, aren't we? I have no such ties. The pickle jar can't read, but they haven't watched Argo. I don't think Ben Stiller is too popular. Or, but no, it wasn't Ben Stiller. Who was it? Who's the dipshit from New Jersey? Affleck. Yeah, the other Ben. Boston, same thing. 1776, when Columbus founded North America. Jesus Christ. Uh, I had a friend, past tense, who took AP Euro in high school, but couldn't remember a thing about the Versailles Treaty or what led up to World War II. Is that just like conveniently forgot so they can say Trump's not doing the same thing? All of the American history we learned in school was fake. It wasn't entirely fake. I might have gone to better schools, but it wasn't entirely fake. It's just, viewed through rose colored glasses. He likes America so much, he put the Declaration of Independence in his office. I think he's just trying to lord it over Kenny after Kenny bought that replica. The War of Northern Aggression. In the South, they taught us the Civil War was about states' rights. It was. It was about states' rights to keep slaves. I don't know where Butt Farm 69 went, but his legacy lives on in all of us through our anuses. Me and Turd went into a voice chat with him one time and ruined all of his hopes and dreams, and I've never heard from him again since. He was like an art guy waiting for MOASS. It was too easy. His fault for having dreams. Exactly. I will say they did leave the Trail of Tears out of history in high school. The only people left in Super Sank have to be flat earther level conspiracy theorists, for the most part. But, to be fair, most of the people that started in Super Sank were also that. Trail of Tears? I thought that was just my shadow. Don't be so flippant about it in front of Dork. I learned about the Trail of Tears in elementary school. That's kind of fucked. The only person that the only test a person should need to pass on history is completing the Oregon Trail. That might be the why you are the way you are, Bob. People don't get banned for asking to be banned. Let's hear it. The game was not hard. Isn't Oregon Trail the game where if your wagon hits a bump, everyone gets dysentery? Yes. We're gonna call this person Jane. Oh boy. We had 4 groups, and we had to barter with each other for supplies. Someone on my team said, "We'll trade you Jane as a sex slave for all of your food." In 8th grade, I was fucking dying. They later on became a drug addict. That's that's sad. Par for the course. You've died of chlamydia. Do you see Tesla at 200 by early April? All these tariffs go into effect, and I don't see why these analysts keep giving this company a $400 plus rating, because that's where their positions are trapped, obviously. Good old American public schools. Yeah. Wedbush says 550. They need extra room to get out. Yeah, JPM's PT is like 125. Remember when I had a super bullish prediction? I'll never recover PR wise from this. I do. I do. Oh my god, is JFresh back in the Discord shitposting? This is amazing. I'm tempted to buy some way out of the money leaps on Tesla, assuming at some point the board will make a move to oust Musk, because, well, obviously, and then those deep underwater positions will push hard. And I'm not entirely sure the board can oust Musk, because people don't understand the ownership structure of Tesla and who has the power to do that. It's not a bad take. If I were on the board, I'd want him out. It's just not going to happen. It'll just burn down around him. No, he just pushed for Delaware corporate law changes so he could get his $50 billion back. You know they're getting nervous about their $400 Tesla position when the commerce chief goes on Fox last night and tells viewers to buy the stock. I posted the video of that this morning. That was funny. Good old cronyism. That sounds illegal. Yeah, but, that's how we do things nowadays. The chart's right there. We lost 50, so 50 is resistance now. And then if we lose 45, this whole thing's probably fucked. Starlink was gifted rural internet contracts over fiber because, slower internet is cheaper. Yep. Can you zoom out? It looks like we have a GFDF rainbow. It's beautiful. There's a pot of gold there if you have puts. I've been holding them for hours. Me too. Feels Batman. Why is Greg making fun of our dreams of working in a shoe factory? Uh, I don't know. It took us like an hour to lose 60. I'm not super excited. God, we still have an hour and 10 minutes left. Stop arguing for stupid shit, Poopy. At least pick a decent hill. Or pick a hill. Now you're just fighting for the gutter. Trying to justify blatant cronyism. I know where it's gonna head, though. I know you. They won't get fiber, and no new ones will get fiber. Stop saying K. You can't deport the Mexicans and then use their language. You're always confused. Why did you capitalize Victor? Is it like a person? The libraries are losing their funding too. Poopy. How about the shanty from yesterday? I didn't get to hear the whole thing. That's the new Dillionaire song. I can only play it for Dillionaires. I'm gonna access my Blueberry terminal without the library. Hmm. Fuck. Hold on. That fucking failed. We're gonna close at 56.50, aren't we? I'm gonna guess we don't. We work down to the next dealer lines at 40 and get hung up. Mm, I don't think 40 is all that supportive. No, I think the uptick in IV under 45 is just gonna blow out, yeah, anything we have to the downside. Dealers are net long puts, 40 and under, like all the way down to like 55, 60. If we somehow could drop to the MM's expected move, should we expect a bounce? I think it'd be very hard to bounce if we dropped that low today. Big move after the AM expiration falls off the chain. Probably a big move in the overnight session. But remember, there's no charm overnight. So while AM expiry charm is providing a lot of downside pressure here, that won't exist in the overnight session. What do you want about? I don't know what you're talking about, Poopy. You also hate Elon Musk? That's not a shocker. Hmm. Flips dropping bullish. Um, Also just because we're approaching end of day. But yeah, we got some bot calls at 55 on the bounce. More came in on the retest of 50. So those could act as a little bit of support into end of day, but big resistance still at like 65 and up. Yeah, I mean, for the zero DTE, we haven't fallen into the worst part of the charm, but it's not great. So far, we've managed to stabilize above it. It gets a lot worse under 50. But I'm not sure the bot calls at 56, 55 are going to stay. I think they might just take profit. Mm, mm. They might try to pump it. Mm. Odds of a whale coming in to capture the spy dividend for tomorrow? Maybe. It's a pretty loaded trade, and I don't know how many people are interested in it. I'm gonna capture it anyway. Hmm. I have no idea what happens tomorrow morning. I mean, technically it's bearish. It'd be more bearish if we closed lower. It closed at like 56, 70. Really, is it really leading in any way? 60, 70, it's not going to tell us much. Charm on the weekly expiry is not going to be great tomorrow either, though, so I'm not really sure that we have anything that supports a move higher until maybe like Monday. And then that's got to survive, whatever. Economic shit over the weekend, so. It's still bearish consolidation, even with the breakout. Hmm. I just thought of going through DM. It's kind of like a black hole down for price action. We've been moving through it quite a bit the last few days. I mean, we keep pumping into it and failing, which isn't great. But I mean, the initial breach of it back when it was at 57.21, that was usually the down, like more significant downside move that you see when DN is breached. And so usually following that, there is some recovery because it's advantageous. But not always. I mean, sometimes you kind of dump and then fail to break back through and then dump again. So not 100% of the time, but usually you get some kind of retest on it. And which we've gotten. It's just failed repeatedly. Bot puts to the upside at 75, 80, 85. Some sold puts at 70, sold calls every strike to the upside from 70. Bought calls at 65 and 55. So I would say that they've got this fairly well stabilized. More support came in at 40. If if we do fail, it'll be on profit taking on the bot calls. And if those pull back, I mean, it still looks like we closed somewhere between like 50 and 70 right now. That could narrow a little. I guess 65 is probably the most likely price. Hmm. Trump's speaking in 5 minutes. No, he's like signing executive orders in 5 minutes, and then he has like a press thing at 4 o'clock. That dumped a little bit. Maybe I should close my puts. Kind of forgot about that. Yeah, I can wait. Hmm. Could buy 10 to 12% of the funds for elementary and middle schools across the country. High schools, too, right? And all special services and needs that are funded by the Fed. So, special education, services for kids with autism. But it's okay. We're going to foist that off onto states whose legislatures are totally unprepared to absorb that cost. Yeah, well, ESL won't matter. They're getting deported. Fuck. Even the Russian immigrants, one step at a time, need to. Did you just get depressed at your own joke? A little bit, yeah. I really don't like people fucking with kids' education. It was already bad enough. It's only gonna get worse. You look at gamma titties lately? Not in a while. You were poking around. What was cool? I forgot we built that. You'll have to show me. Hmm. Teachers and parents are fucking depressed. Yeah, yeah. Nice cat and tail hat. Tall hat? Tall hat. Did those calls close? Hmm, a few of them. Someone's buying puts at 50 too. Synthetic short at 50 now. Yeah, the 45, 40 calls closed. The 55's not so much yet. That's going to be problematic because if we go down to push on the synthetic short at 50, um, and we get any buying, it's going to push us back up above the. Well, it just did, right? This behavior where you like snap back up because there's so many calls bought at 55. Hmm. Was gonna distribute out and fail before close. If the bot calls at 50 start closing, then Sure. So far, not significantly. It's also falling off tomorrow at pre-market. How much are bulls losing if we close around here? Fuck 10. Thanks, Shrima. Charm looks like it's killing bulls. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they're fighting back, but it's bad. Fortunately, the zero DT charm's not as bad, but the morning charm doesn't quite decay to zero, and enough of that's far enough in the money that it's already at one. So the shift on like the bigger portion of the AM contract expiration isn't really being felt as much here. It would have been felt more if we were above like 5,700, but down here it's a little bit more minimized. Uh, and for the zero DT, the charm's not too bad, but going into tomorrow's expiration, probably not great. It is, as a matter of fact. Let me think of this, sir, if I may. That doesn't seem bad. I don't know if I would strangle a leveraged. Maybe it's fine. Ivy's probably gonna come down really hard or go up really hard from here, so it might be okay. Just remember with the beta decay, you'll probably have to average down or something if the market stays flat here. And it was a Mary Poppins reference. You see this stream card? What's your favorite instant ramen? Shit, I don't know. Ooh, okay. 70 test. Hmm? And then resistance. See, now I wonder if the 55s would close. Just a 10 wide butterfly at 70. $65. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. See how that works out. Nah, I did 5 wide. 5 wide put butterfly. It's each side. But I didn't end up doing that one. I just did 5. So basically we closed between 63 and like I guess it's like six, well, as long as we close between 60 15 and 56 69 85, then I'm profitable, with the highest profit being at 56.65. Do they bother to pump overnight? No, it's a lost cause. That's a good question. We'll see. Again, I think depends heavily on where we close. 1 second. It's not 65. Better if I can bounce. Yeah. Oh, you bitch. Oh, wait, it's okay. Nice. Ding ding. Fuck you, I didn't get wrecked. Haha. I did. What did you bet on? 5665 fly, still prompted. Yeah, I know. Not as much as I would have liked, but 4% up in 2 days. Alright, nice. I'll make this a new strategy, just gambling on the EOD. Looks like close was 5662.89, so nailed it. Not as good as yesterday, though. Yesterday was way better. Alright, let's go over the end of day real quick here. So we got another day of basically crush and realized vol. Very, very small open to close range down at 22 basis points. To the downside, yesterday was, we closed to the upside. We continue to see that day over day this week, and we're starting to see historic vol fall off a bit more substantially, or like flatten out, I guess. Maybe kind of look at this here, yeah, on the 10-day. Let me pull that up. So yeah, if you look at historic vol on the 10-day, that started to come down a little bit yesterday. Probably going to come down today as well. We are seeing still a continued drop in IV10 and IV30, both of which still remain slightly above the 30-day historic vol, which hasn't quite caught up yet. But overall, volatility falling a little bit today as well. Not as much as we saw on the downside yesterday. This mostly stabilized. I mean, the effect of they stabilized the effect of charm before we slipped the level, which would have induced a sell-off into end of day, and so managed to stay above that 5650 mark. Not not the most not the most bearish outcome. But closing below delta neutral, also not the most bullish. Now, remember, as we go into the overnight session, that charm is going to not be a factor in the overnight hedging, and so sometimes from this position that can promote some pumpies in the overnight. And so we'll see if that happens. And if, the index opens higher, that'll be the settlement price for that AM expiry option. Going into tomorrow, however, we'll also have the effect of charm on the weekly contract into the end of the day, which is not insubstantial. So, both of those stacked expiries are gonna kind of well, one's rolled off, and then the other one's going to roll off tomorrow. So probably not a big change in positioning until we get out to Monday. I'm probably going to straddle the weekend because we don't know what's going to happen over the weekend, and then there's probably going to be some repositioning that goes on, and it's hard to say to which side things are going to reposition. There was a lot of incentive for bulls to try to bounce the market at the beginning of this week and try to recover some of the losses on their sold put positions that are in the money. That's over now, largely. what hasn't been rolled out to significantly further expirations, like end of next quarter, or like in June, or even further than that, is probably already realized losses at this point. And so, yeah, we'll just have to see. We'll have to see what happens going into next week as far as the repositioning goes. Um, Now, for ES, we are still in some bearish consolidation, but we've managed to hold the downside of this trend so far. We slipped it a little this morning, so readjusted for the lower low. We caught a bounce on it again today. However, if that rejects off the 57.26 level here, that's going to give us, kind of like a head and shoulders, and that might open up a breakdown to retest like the 56.50 level, or, an actual failure, which would be back below the all-time low. This doesn't look very strong so far. I mean, volume kind of picked up into yesterday's close, and now it's kind of falling off. So I would say there's a very good chance that this fails. It's not a strong bounce. It's weakly supported, and bulls probably need to build better support under 5600, because so far they've been completely unwilling to build significant support over the 5600 SPX level. And if they're scared to sell vol up here and put longer dated sold puts into place, then a retreat back to where they have placed longer dated sold puts is pretty likely. Dollar moved up pretty substantially earlier today, and then retreated back, largely with the home sales print and some of this morning's data and news. Yields moved up briefly, but still mostly down. Mostly down over the course of the day, just slightly lower than where they started. For commodities, not much. A little bump in gold, a little bump in copper. Oil moved up pretty substantially, but not enough to offset the other losses in energy. And looks like even in precious metals, the performance is mixed. Yeah, so not much there with commodities moving. Correlation continued to fall today on the 1 month and the 3 month, and that might be our forward indicator of what bulls intend to do. If we continue to see correlation fall more tomorrow and more of the dispersion trade levered up, then it's likely that bulls continue to try to push to get a bear rally. Remember, even that positioning that's rolled out, it's still underwater. So, it may be that the bulls have rolled out what they're unwilling to take losses on, and they will try to pump into the remaining positioning, in order to rescue that positioning before letting anything fall. Maybe out of their control. We don't know what's going to happen over the weekend, but it's something to consider. And I would say if I saw 3 and 1 month correlation continue to fall tomorrow, that would be a pretty strong indicator that Monday will likely see a continuation of that, barring any, existential events. But forward yield on volatility still pretty smashed, but higher than yesterday's close. Moved back to about 2.3%, well under the Fed funds rate, and well below the 10-2. And so we have a little bit of a shift in the dynamic of this since the Fed fund meeting was met with a pause. I would say that if we continue to see the 10-2 spread rise, then we'll likely see volatility come back up to meet that, as volatility or like bond demand stays elevated. The carry trade leverage moved up a little bit from the low of the day, but still closing slightly lower day over day. Yeah, I mean, just the yen not really losing as much ground to the dollar as the euro and the pound, but the positive move in the dollar does help alleviate some of the danger in that spread. However, over time, this still looks kind of weak. They haven't really levered it back up to levels that we were seeing near the all-time highs, and ultimately, if the dollar falls, which is the intent of the current administration, that is going to put a significant amount more pressure on this trade and make it harder and harder to use it as leverage to the upside. Bond volatility falling again. It's probably going to fall again today as well. I think maybe that more than anything is driving some confidence into the dispersion trade. Skew fell a little bit yesterday, but today probably flattish. I can't imagine it would have moved too much. And then yeah, we didn't really see the like Dow side of breadth fall off today. Dow actually held up pretty well. Russell sold off a bit, but everything else kind of pretty stable. I mean, down 20 points isn't a very big deal. We do continue to see short vol coming in, but very slowly, trepidatiously, if you will. And I think we're probably likely to see that continue, at least in the short term. If we do start to see correlation reverse, that could be a slightly early signal that we're going to get more volatility. But right now, I don't think so. Not just yet. Um, Out here on Fed Fund futures, those actually moved up a little bit today. Closer, a little bit closer to two rate cuts, but still very much in the middle. And this is now for the September contract. So I moved this forward from June out to September. For June, it's still pricing in less than one rate cut. The likelihood of a rate cut by the June meeting is pretty low still. But September, one full rate cut priced in still. And bear steepener up a little. Nothing really to speak of. It's more like a bear flattener um, for now, but still very positive from the recovery period. On the technical side, today marks a lower high, which could have an impact going into tomorrow. However, a failure tomorrow and a test of the prior low around like 55.23 could mark a double bottom. So, even if we fail, it may not be an indication of a continuation until the prior low is lost. And so I guess that really moves this down here now. Is where we would set that. That's like 55.90 or 54.04.65. 55, sorry. 5504 65 would be our new downside target. If that is lost, then we would expect to fall down to the 5400 level, which we've been keeping our eye on for a long time, and then below that, 5120. I will say that if this is all they're going to give the attempt at a recovery, then it's really bad. But if we get a double bottom off of the low, maybe they try into the end of the month as we move into the settlement, and those losses have to be marked. So a little shaky here with the fall off in Delta. It's definitely possible that we drop, and it's definitely possible that we drop lower going into next week. But we'll see how tomorrow's price action plays out. I think opening below 56.50 would be pretty bad. Yeah, the likelihood of 50 another test at 5500 is definitely increasing. I mean, we failed to test like the 200 MA, which is really weird. I mean, that you'd think bulls would push like crazy for that because you would pick up systematic buyers at that level and you would get a lot of support. It would also probably bring us like a break of the 200 MA would probably bring us back above, like the 57.73, which is the Jan low, and that would probably incentivize even more systematic buyers to come in, and you would have a little bit more upside pressure, and you would definitely have a lot more support. Down here, they're really kind of just grasping at it and not getting anywhere. So I would say that the lower high is, not indicative of a failure yet because we haven't lost 5,600 again. But if we do, it's pretty bearish. They did try repeatedly, yeah. But it's hard to say when they're gonna stop trying, right? Like that's why you have to confirm the breakdown because they can keep trying. Like even after realizing losses and all of that, we could still see buyers coming in at this level. Right now, not a lot of things are changing. We don't have any big economic data sets immediately. And usually there's like a week where things kind of cool off post FOMC. I think this coming week, we have durable goods on Wednesday. So, there's like a 3-day window where and then we have like GDP and stuff where that matters and PCE. But the front half of next week isn't very loaded. And so if you really wanted to push and you didn't want any macro data to interrupt that, and politically things were, stable for a couple days, then that would be a decent window within which to do that. Anyway, that's what I got. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope you all made some money on those sweet ass puts today. If not, I hope you made money on that sweet ass butterfly into close. And thank you guys all for tuning in, and I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.